Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Divide Between Worlds. High above the churning depths of the underground city, where crystal spires catch the first light of dawn and reflect it in brilliant cascades across marble walkways, the elite of Piltover begin their day in gilded comfort. Yet far below, in the perpetual twilight of winding tunnels and steam-choked alleyways, another world entirely awakens to the harsh realities of survival. Tonight, as shadows lengthen, and the boundary between day and night blurs into peaceful contemplation, let us explore the story of two souls who would dare to bridge the impossible gap between these worlds, a gap so profound that most believed it could never be crossed. Imagine yourself standing at the great viewing platform of Piltover's highest tower, your hands resting against the smooth brass railings that gleam like captured sunlight. Before you stretches the city of progress in all its magnificent glory, a testament to human ingenuity and the endless pursuit of innovation. The air here is clean and crisp, filtered through countless mechanical marvels that hum with quiet efficiency. Golden sunlight streams through crystal panels, casting rainbows across the pristine streets below, where well-dressed citizens stroll past shop windows displaying the latest hex-tech marvels. But if you were to lean forward, peering past the elegant architecture and manicured gardens, your gaze would inevitably be drawn downward, toward the great chasm that separates Piltover from its shadow twin. The descent begins gradually. First, the middle tiers, where merchants and artisans conduct their business, then the lower levels where the workshops and factories belch their steam into the perpetual haze, and finally, at the very bottom of this mechanical canyon, lies Zaun, a realm so different from the world above that they might as well exist on separate planets. The contrast strikes you like a physical blow to the senses. Where Piltover gleams with brass and crystal, Zaun writhes in shadows and green-tinted smog. Where the upper city's citizens walk with purpose and confidence along well-lit boulevards, Zaun's inhabitants navigate a labyrinth of narrow passages and forgotten spaces, their faces masked against the toxic air that seeps from countless chemical experiments gone wrong. The very architecture tells the story of this divide, Piltover's soaring towers reaching toward the heavens like prayers made manifest, while Zaun's structures burrow ever deeper into the earth, a network of tunnels and chambers that sprawl like the roots of some massive underground tree. This is not merely a difference of wealth or status, though those disparities run deeper than the great chasm itself. This is a fundamental divide in how two communities have chosen to exist, to survive, and to define their relationship with progress and power. Piltover has always looked upward, toward the stars and the promise of tomorrow, building ever higher and more magnificent structures that seem to defy the very laws of physics. Its citizens pride themselves on order, on the rule of law, on the belief that civilization can be perfected through careful planning and technological advancement. Zaun, by contrast, has learned to thrive in the spaces others have forgotten or abandoned. Its people are innovators too, but their creativity is born of necessity rather than luxury. Where Piltover's inventors work in pristine laboratories with unlimited funding, Zaun's chemists and tinkerers make do with scraps and refuse, transforming discarded materials into works of dangerous genius. There is a raw vitality to the Undercity that Piltover's refined society cannot match, a willingness to embrace chaos and uncertainty that often produces results no amount of careful planning could achieve. Yet for all their differences, these two cities are bound together in ways that many of their citizens prefer not to acknowledge. Piltover's prosperity depends on Zaan's labor, on the countless workers who toil in the underground factories and refineries that process the raw materials for the upper city's technological marvels. And Zaan, despite its fierce independence, relies on the trade and commerce that flows down from Piltover's markets and merchant houses. They are two halves of a whole, locked in a relationship that is equal parts symbiotic and antagonistic. But perhaps the greatest divide between these worlds is not one of architecture or economics, but of perception. To most Piltovens, Zaan is a necessary evil, a shadowy realm best ignored, except when its services are required. They see it as a place of criminals and outcasts, of failed experiments and dangerous radicals who threaten the stability of proper society. The very air of Zaan is viewed as contaminated, both literally and figuratively, capable of corrupting anyone foolish enough to venture too deeply into its depths. The citizens of Zaan, meanwhile, view Piltover with a mixture of resentment and bitter envy. They see a city built on their backs, grown fat and complacent on the fruits of labor they will never be permitted to enjoy. To them, Piltovans are not refined and civilized, but weak and hypocritical, willing to benefit from Zaan's suffering, while maintaining the fiction that they are somehow morally superior. The upper city's laws and customs are seen not as markers of civilization, but as tools of oppression designed to keep Zaan firmly in its place. It is into this world of stark divisions and mutual mistrust that two remarkable individuals would be born. One in the gleaming towers of Piltover's elite, the other in the unforgiving streets of Zaan's underground. They could not have been more different in their origins, their upbringing, or their initial understanding of justice and law. Yet somehow, through circumstances that even now seem almost impossibly unlikely, they would find in each other not just a partner, but a bridge between two worlds that had seemed destined to remain forever apart. The story of how this came to pass is one of growth and understanding, of prejudice overcome and trust hard won. It speaks to the possibility that even the deepest divides can be crossed when individuals are willing to see past the surface differences that separate them and recognize the common humanity that binds us all together. In a world where the gap between rich and poor, between order and chaos, between those who rule and those who struggle, seems to grow wider with each passing day, their partnership offers a different vision, one where cooperation might triumph over conflict, where understanding might bridge even the most impossible divide. As you stand at that viewing platform, watching the last light of day fade into the comfortable darkness of evening, perhaps you might find yourself wondering, what would it take for you to cross such a divide? What barriers in your own life seem impossibly high, yet might yield to the simple power of reaching out to someone who sees the world through completely different eyes? In a world that often seems determined to drive us apart, how do we find the courage to build bridges instead of walls? Chapter 2. The Enforcer's Daughter. In the most prestigious district of Piltover, where the morning light filters through stained glass windows and illuminates rooms filled with the finest furnishings that Hextech innovation can provide, a child's laughter once echoed through halls lined with portraits of distinguished ancestors. The Kiraman estate stands as a testament to generations of service, its elegant architecture speaking of old money and older values, of a family whose name has been synonymous with law and order for as long as anyone can remember. Tonight, as we settle into the gentle rhythm of storytelling, let us turn our attention to the young woman who would grow up within these refined walls, shaped by privilege yet destined to challenge the very foundations of the world that created her. Picture yourself walking through the grand entrance of the Kiraman family home, your footsteps muffled by thick carpets imported from distant lands, your eyes drawn upward to the magnificent chandelier that casts prismatic light across marble columns. This is a house where every detail speaks of careful curation, where generations of wealth have been invested not in ostentatious display, but in the quiet confidence that comes from knowing one's place in the natural order of things. The air carries the faint scent of jasmine tea and polished wood, of leather-bound books and the subtle mechanical humming of hex-tech devices that regulate temperature and lighting with perfect precision. It was in this environment of controlled perfection that young Caitlyn Kiraman spent her earliest years, surrounded by the expectations and traditions that had defined her family for generations. Her mother, Cassandra Kiraman, served on Piltover's ruling council with the same dedication and precision that characterized everything in their household. Her father, though less prominent in public affairs, was equally committed to the principles of order and civic duty that formed the cornerstone of Piltovan society. From the moment Caitlyn could walk, she was immersed in conversations about justice, law, and the responsibility that came with privilege. The Kiraman family's connection to Piltover's enforcers ran deeper than mere professional obligation. It was a calling that had been passed down through the bloodline like a sacred trust. Caitlyn's grandfather had been among the first to establish the modern enforcer protocols, creating the systems and procedures that would ensure Piltover remained the safest and most orderly city in all of Runeterra. Her great-grandmother had pioneered the use of hex-tech technology in law enforcement, developing the precision instruments that would allow enforcers to maintain peace without excessive violence. Each generation had built upon the last, refining and perfecting the art of keeping Piltover's citizens safe and secure. As a child, Caitlyn absorbed these stories like morning sunlight, her young mind fascinated by tales of noble enforcers, bringing criminals to justice through skill and determination rather than brute force. She would spend hours in her father's study, examining the commendations and certificates that adorned the walls, tracing her fingers over the intricate metalwork of antique enforcer badges that had been passed down through the family. In her imagination, she saw herself following in these distinguished footsteps, bringing order to chaos and protecting the innocent with the same precision and dedication that had made the Kiraman name legendary. Her education was, naturally, the finest that Piltover could provide. Private tutors ensured that she mastered not only the traditional subjects, mathematics, literature, history, and the sciences, but also the more specialized knowledge that would prepare her for a life of public service. She studied law and governance, learning the intricate balance of regulations and procedures that kept Piltovan society functioning smoothly. She practiced marksmanship with the same dedication other children might apply to music or art, developing the steady hand and sharp eye that would become her trademark. Most importantly, she was taught to see patterns where others saw only chaos, to understand that every crime was a puzzle waiting to be solved through careful observation and logical deduction. Yet even in this world of privilege and preparation, Caitlyn displayed qualities that set her apart from her peers. Where other children of wealthy families might content themselves with the comfortable assumption that their future was assured, Caitlyn possessed an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond her family's estate. She asked uncomfortable questions about the cases her mother discussed at dinner, wondering aloud why certain crimes seemed to occur more frequently in the lower districts, why some citizens seemed to have such different experiences with Piltover's justice system than others. Her tutors, well-meaning but perhaps limited by their own experiences, provided the standard explanations. Crime, they assured her, was simply a matter of individual choice. Some people chose to follow the law, while others chose to break it. The lower districts experienced more problems because the people there lacked the education and moral guidance that came naturally to Piltover's better neighborhoods. Justice was blind, they insisted, treating all citizens equally regardless of their station in life. These answers satisfied young Caitlyn for a time, but as she grew older she began to notice inconsistencies that troubled her idealistic worldview. During family outings through Piltover's various districts, Caitlyn would observe the subtle changes in atmosphere as they moved from the pristine upper levels to the more industrial middle tiers. She noticed how the enforcers' patrol patterns seemed to concentrate in certain areas while leaving others largely unattended. She saw how differently her family was treated by shopkeepers and public officials compared to other citizens, how doors opened more quickly and conversations became more deferential, when the Kuraman name was mentioned. These observations planted seeds of doubt that would grow slowly but steadily over the years, challenging her to think more deeply about the nature of justice and fairness in the city she loved. Her parents, recognizing both her potential and her independent spirit, encouraged her intellectual development while attempting to channel her curiosity in productive directions. They arranged for her to shadow experienced enforcers during their duties, believing that practical experience would help her understand the complexities of law enforcement in ways that theoretical study could not. These early exposures to real police work fascinated Caitlyn, but they also raised new questions that her comfortable upbringing had not prepared her to answer. She witnessed arrests where the suspects seemed more desperate than dangerous, cases where minor crimes appeared to stem from poverty rather than malice. She observed the way some enforcers treated citizens from different social classes, noting subtle but significant differences in tone and procedure that seemed to contradict the principle of equal justice under law. Most troubling of all, she began to hear whispers about areas of the city where enforcers rarely ventured, places where Piltover's law was more theory than practice. As Caitlyn approached adulthood, her desire to serve as an enforcer remained unwavering, but her understanding of what that service would entail had grown more complex and nuanced. She still believed deeply in the principles of justice and order that had shaped her upbringing, but she had begun to suspect that implementing those principles might be more challenging than her privileged background had led her to believe. The black and white certainties of her childhood had given way to a growing awareness of gray areas and moral ambiguities that would require careful navigation. Her formal training at the Enforcer Academy only reinforced these emerging complexities. Here, surrounded by cadets from various backgrounds and social classes, Caitlyn encountered perspectives that challenged her assumptions about crime, punishment, and the nature of justice itself. She excelled in her studies, demonstrating the keen analytical mind and steady temperament that would make her an exceptional investigator, but she also found herself questioning protocols and procedures that seemed to serve bureaucratic convenience more than true justice. It was during this period of growth and questioning that Caitlyn began to develop the independent streak that would define her career. She remained loyal to the ideals that had inspired her childhood dreams of becoming an enforcer, but she was no longer content to accept traditional methods simply because they had always been done that way. She wanted to understand not just how to enforce the law, but why certain laws existed, and whether they truly served the greater good of all Piltover's citizens. This evolution in her thinking would prove crucial in the years to come, preparing her for encounters and challenges that her privileged upbringing could never have anticipated. For while Caitlyn Kiraman had been shaped by the finest traditions of Piltovan society, she was destined to discover that true justice sometimes required looking beyond the comfortable boundaries of that society, into places where the law was written, not in books but in the hard lessons of survival and struggle. As her story unfolds, we see in Caitlyn's journey a reminder that privilege, when tempered with genuine curiosity and moral courage, can become a force for positive change rather than mere preservation of the status quo. Her willingness to question, to grow, and to challenge her own assumptions would soon put her on a collision course with a world very different from the one that had nurtured her, and in that collision, both she and that other world would be forever changed. In your own life, when have you found that your background and upbringing, rather than providing all the answers, instead raised new questions that demanded you look beyond what you had always accepted as truth? Chapter 3. The Undercity Survivor. In the deepest reaches of Zone, where green chemical light seeps through cracked pipes and the air tastes of metal and bitter smoke, a different kind of childhood unfolds in shadows that never fully retreat. Here, in the winding alleys where survival depends on wit and strength rather than privilege and position, the lessons learned are harsh but invaluable, forged in the crucible of necessity and tempered by loss. Tonight, as we descend into this underground realm, where hope must be carved from the hardest stone, let us explore the origins of a young woman whose fists would become as legendary as her fierce loyalty to those she loved. Imagine yourself navigating the narrow passages that snake between Zahn's towering industrial structures, your lungs adjusting to air thick with the byproducts of countless chemical experiments and mechanical innovations. The walls around you tell stories in graffiti and rust stains, in the careful placement of warning signs that mark territories and dangers known only to those who call this place home. Above, the distant gleam of Piltover's lights filters down through grates and ventilation shafts, a reminder of the world that exists just beyond reach, yet might as well be on another plane of existence entirely. This is the world that shaped Violet, though in those early days she was simply Vi to those who knew her, a scrappy child with pink hair that caught what little light penetrated the Undercity's perpetual twilight. Her earliest memories were painted in shades of green and gray, illuminated by the eerie glow of chemtech devices and the occasional spark from overloaded electrical systems. Where other children might fear the dark, Vi learned to navigate by sound and instinct, developing senses that would serve her well in the battles to come. The circumstances of Vi's birth and early childhood remain clouded in the kind of mystery that shrouds many stories from Zahn's deepest levels. What is known is that she and her younger sister Powder, who would later become known by a far different name, were orphaned at a young age, victims of the violence and chaos that periodically swept through the Undercity like toxic storms. Their parents had been caught in the crossfire of a territorial dispute between rival gangs, another tragic casualty in the endless cycle of survival that defined life in Zahn's forgotten corners. But rather than becoming just another statistic in the Undercity's grim ledger of loss, the two sisters found salvation in the most unlikely of places. Vander, a man whose reputation was built as much on his capacity for protection as his history of violence, took them in along with two other orphaned boys, Milo and Clagger. In doing so, he created something rare and precious in Zahn's harsh landscape. A family bound not by blood, but by choice, by the fierce determination to protect one another against a world that seemed determined to grind them down. Under Vander's guidance, Vi learned lessons that no academy could teach. She discovered that strength meant more than the ability to throw a punch, though she certainly mastered that skill with remarkable aptitude. True strength lay in knowing when to fight and when to protect, when to stand your ground and when to retreat, so you could fight another day. Vander taught her that in Zahn, your word was often the only currency that mattered, and that loyalty to your family was worth more than any treasure the upper city might dangle before you. The Undercity became Vi's classroom, its streets and rooftops her playground and training ground. She learned to read the subtle signs that indicated which areas were safe and which were controlled by hostile forces. She developed the parkour skills that would allow her to navigate Zahn's vertical landscape with the grace of someone who had never known any other way of moving through the world. Most importantly, she learned to protect those who couldn't protect themselves, developing the fierce protective instinct that would define her throughout her life. Her relationship with Powder was perhaps the most formative aspect of these early years. As the older sister, Vi felt the weight of responsibility for her siblings' safety and well-being. She became Powder's shield against the world's cruelties, the one who would take the blame when their mischief went too far, the one who would stand between her sister and any threat that dared to approach. This protective role shaped Vi's understanding of justice in ways that would profoundly influence her later life. To her, justice was not an abstract concept, but a deeply personal commitment to standing up for those who needed defending. The games and adventures of their childhood were training for the realities they would face as adults. What might have seemed like innocent pranks and exploration to outside observers were actually careful preparations for survival in a world where weakness was quickly exploited and strength had to be constantly proven. Vi learned to fight not from formal instruction but from necessity, developing a brawling style that emphasized power and aggression over finesse and technique. Her fists became weapons honed by practice and desperation, capable of settling disputes that words could not resolve. Yet for all the harshness of their environment, there was also a warmth and community in Zahn that the sterile perfection of Piltover could never match. The bonds forged in struggle were stronger than those created in comfort. Neighbors looked out for one another because they understood that survival depended on cooperation as much as individual strength. The Undercity's inhabitants might fight among themselves, but they also shared an unspoken understanding that they were all united against the indifference and exploitation of the world above. Vi absorbed these lessons about community and mutual aid, learning that true strength came not from individual prowess, but from the ability to inspire and protect others. She saw how Vander's reputation for both violence and fairness made him a figure that people could turn to when the formal systems of law and order failed them, which was often. In Zaan, justice was not dispensed by distant bureaucrats in gleaming offices, but by those who had the courage to stand up when standing up mattered most. The contrast between her world and the gleaming towers visible far overhead was not lost on young Vi. She understood that the prosperity of Piltover was built in part on the labor and sacrifice of Zaan's inhabitants, that the waste and byproducts of the upper city's technological marvels were dumped into the Undercity, where they poisoned air and water alike. This knowledge bred not envy but anger, a righteous fury at the injustice of a system that allowed some to prosper, while others struggled merely to breathe clean air. As Vi grew older, this anger became both her strength and her potential weakness. It fueled her determination to protect those she loved and to fight against the systems that oppressed them. But it also made her impulsive, quick to resort to violence when other solutions might have been more effective. Her fists became her primary tool for solving problems, and while they were certainly effective tools, they were not always the most appropriate ones for every situation. The tragedy that would eventually tear her makeshift family apart was rooted in this fundamental tension between Vi's fierce protective instincts and the complex realities of survival in Zone. Her desire to prove herself, to show that she was strong enough to protect everyone she cared about, would lead to choices that had consequences far beyond what any young person should have to bear. The loss of her family, the separation from Powder, and her eventual imprisonment would forge the final elements of her character, tempering her natural aggression with hard-won wisdom about the true costs of violence. But even in the darkest moments that would follow, the lessons of her Undercity childhood would remain with Vi like bedrock beneath shifting sand. She had learned that strength without compassion was merely brutality, that protection meant more than just winning fights, and that true family was defined not by blood, but by the willingness to sacrifice for one another. These principles would guide her through the trials to come, shaping her into someone who could bridge the gap between Zaan's harsh realities and Piltover's idealistic aspirations. The young woman who emerged from Zaan's crucible was marked by her experiences, but not broken by them. She carried within her the resilience of the Undercity, the fierce loyalty of found family, and the unshakable conviction that might makes right only when might is used to protect those who cannot protect themselves. These qualities would soon bring her into contact with someone whose understanding of justice had been shaped by very different experiences, setting the stage for a partnership that would challenge both of their assumptions about law, order, and the true meaning of serving something greater than oneself. In the depths of loss and struggle, when everything familiar seems to crumble away, what core truths about yourself remain standing? What lessons learned in hardship continue to guide you when easier paths present themselves? Chapter 4. Paths of Justice. In the quiet hours when the world settles into contemplation, when the noise of daily conflict fades into the gentle rhythm of reflection, we often find ourselves pondering the different paths that lead people to their understanding of right and wrong. Two souls, shaped by worlds as different as sunlight and shadow, would each develop their own relationship with the concept of justice, one through careful study and institutional training, the other through brutal experience and personal loss. Tonight, as we explore these divergent journeys toward a shared destination, let us consider how the same noble ideal can take such different forms depending on the soil in which it grows. Picture yourself standing at the crossroads where two great rivers meet, each carrying waters from distant and different sources. One flows clear and steady from mountain springs, its course carefully channeled through engineered waterways, designed to prevent flooding and ensure consistent flow. The other rushes wild and turbulent from storm-torn highlands, cutting new channels where old ones prove inadequate, carrying both life-giving nutrients and dangerous debris in its powerful current. Both are water, both are essential, yet their natures could hardly be more different. For Caitlyn Kiraman, justice was a river whose course had been mapped by generations of careful study and institutional wisdom. Her understanding of law and order was built upon the foundation of procedure and protocol, of careful investigation and methodical pursuit of truth through established channels. In the pristine halls of the Enforcer Academy, she learned to see crime as a puzzle to be solved through logical deduction and systematic analysis. Each case was approached with the same methodical precision, each piece of evidence catalogued and examined according to procedures that had been refined over decades of practice. The tools of her trade reflected this philosophical approach. Her Hex-Tech rifle was a marvel of precision engineering, capable of placing shots with accuracy that bordered on the supernatural. But more than a weapon, it was a symbol of the controlled application of force, power held in careful check, deployed only when necessary and always with surgical precision. Her investigations followed similar principles, gathering information through careful observation, witness interviews, and forensic analysis rather than through intimidation or brute force. In Caitlyn's world, justice was blind, not because it ignored relevant differences, but because it applied the same standards and procedures to everyone regardless of their station in life. The law was a sacred trust, a social contract that protected everyone by ensuring that disputes were resolved through rational discourse rather than might making right. Even the most hardened criminals deserved a fair trial, the opportunity to present their case before impartial judges who would weigh evidence rather than emotions in reaching their verdicts. This approach had served Piltover well for generations, creating a society where citizens could conduct business and live their lives with confidence that their rights would be protected by institutions larger and more durable than any individual. Crime rates in the upper city were among the lowest in all of Runeterra, a testament to the effectiveness of combining strong deterrence with fair enforcement. The enforcers were respected figures in their communities, symbols of order and protection rather than oppression and fear. Yet even as Caitlyn embraced these principles with the fervor of true belief, she began to notice inconsistencies that troubled her idealistic worldview. The procedures that worked so well in Piltover's orderly districts seemed less effective when applied to the chaotic realities of the lower tiers. Cases that involved citizens from different social classes often proceeded differently despite official commitments to equal treatment. Most disturbing of all, there were areas of the city where formal law enforcement seemed to have little presence or effectiveness, leaving entire communities to fend for themselves. Meanwhile, in the depths of Zon, Vi was developing a very different understanding of what justice meant and how it should be administered. For her, justice was not an abstract principle to be studied in books, but an immediate and personal responsibility to protect those who could not protect themselves. The law, as she experienced it, was often indifferent or even hostile to the needs of Zon's inhabitants. Formal authorities were distant figures who appeared only when it served their interests, leaving the Undercity's residents to create their own systems of order and protection. Vol's tools reflected this grassroots approach to justice. Her gauntlets were not precision instruments but blunt forces capable of overwhelming opposition through sheer power and determination. She had learned to fight not through formal training but through necessity, developing techniques that prioritized effectiveness over elegance. Her investigations relied on street knowledge and personal connections rather than forensic science, following leads through networks of trust and obligation that existed outside any official structure. In Via's understanding, justice was intensely personal and immediate. When someone threatened her family or community, the appropriate response was swift and decisive action, rather than lengthy legal proceedings that might result in technicalities, allowing the guilty to escape consequences. The law of the streets was simpler but more direct. Protect those who needed protection, punish those who preyed on the innocent, and never let formal procedures become barriers to doing what was right. This approach had its own effectiveness within Zaan's unique environment. Vi's reputation for both strength and fairness made her someone that people could turn to when formal systems failed them. Her willingness to put herself at risk for others earned her loyalty that no amount of institutional authority could command. Most importantly, her justice was accessible to everyone regardless of their ability to navigate complex legal systems or hire expensive advocates. But Vi's approach also had limitations that became more apparent as she encountered situations beyond the familiar boundaries of her Undercity home. Her tendency to resort to violence, while effective in many circumstances, sometimes created new problems even as it solved immediate ones. Her distrust of formal authority made it difficult for her to work within systems that might have amplified her effectiveness. Most challenging of all, her intensely personal approach to justice sometimes led her to make decisions based on emotion rather than careful consideration of long-term consequences. The contrast between these two approaches to justice reflected deeper philosophical differences about the nature of society and the role of law in human affairs. Caitlyn's institutional justice assumed that society was fundamentally ordered and that most people would follow rules if those rules were fair and consistently enforced. It emphasized prevention through deterrence and rehabilitation through education, seeking to address the root causes of crime rather than merely punishing its symptoms. Vi's street justice, on the other hand, emerged from an environment where formal institutions had failed and survival depended on immediate action rather than long-term planning. It emphasized protection through strength and prevention through the certainty that wrongdoing would face swift retaliation. This approach was pragmatic and effective within its context, but it required individuals to take on responsibilities that in more ordered societies would be distributed among specialized institutions. Neither approach was inherently superior to the other. Each had evolved to address the specific challenges and opportunities of its environment. Caitlyn's methodical precision was perfectly suited to Piltover's complex but stable society, while Vi's direct action was essential for survival in Zaan's more chaotic and dangerous conditions. The tragedy was that these different approaches had developed in isolation from each other, creating mutual misunderstanding and mistrust that prevented cooperation even when their goals were fundamentally aligned. Caitlyn saw Vi's methods as dangerous vigilantism that threatened the rule of law and created precedents for others to take justice into their own hands. She worried that allowing personal feelings to override established procedures would lead to a breakdown of the social order that protected everyone's rights. From her perspective, Vi's approach might solve immediate problems, but would create long-term instability that would ultimately harm the very people she was trying to protect. Vi, meanwhile, saw Caitlyn's institutional justice as ineffective bureaucracy that prioritized process over results and protected the powerful at the expense of the vulnerable. She believed that formal procedures often served as obstacles that prevented swift action when action was desperately needed. From her perspective, Caitlyn's approach might maintain order, but would fail to address the urgent needs of those who could not afford to wait for slow-moving institutions to recognize their suffering. These philosophical differences would create significant tension when circumstances eventually brought the two women together. Each had developed expertise and instincts that were perfectly adapted to their respective environments but poorly suited to the other's world. Yet beneath these surface disagreements lay a shared commitment to protecting the innocent and ensuring that the strong did not prey upon the weak. This common foundation would prove crucial when they were forced to work together, despite their very different approaches to achieving their shared goals. The challenge they would face was learning to see past their methodological differences to recognize the wisdom that each approach contained. For justice, like water, takes the shape of the container that holds it while never losing its essential nature. The question that would define their partnership was whether two such different containers could ever learn to work together in service of the same flowing truth. When you encounter someone whose approach to solving problems differs dramatically from your own, how do you separate the wisdom of their experience from the limitations of their methods? What might you learn by trying to understand not just what they do, but why their environment taught them to do it that way. Chapter 5. The Fateful Encounter. There are moments in the great tapestry of fate when threads that have been woven separately across vast distances suddenly converge at a single point, creating patterns that neither could have formed alone. Sometimes these convergences happen gradually, through a series of small coincidences that guide two souls toward each other, like streams flowing toward the same ocean. But other times, the meeting is as sudden and shocking as lightning striking clear sky, illuminating everything in a brief, brilliant flash that changes the landscape forever. Tonight, as we explore the circumstances that would first bring together two very different champions of justice, let us consider how the most unlikely partnerships are often born from the most desperate of circumstances. Imagine yourself in the sterile confines of Stillwater Hold, that fortress of stone and steel that rises from the waters between Piltover and Zon, like a monument to the consequences of broken laws. The prison's walls have witnessed countless stories of crime and punishment, of rehabilitation attempted and sometimes achieved, of lives interrupted by the machinery of justice and forever altered by the experience. The air here carries the weight of regret and determination in equal measure, the hopes of those who seek redemption mixing with the despair of those who have given up on the possibility of change. It was within these unforgiving walls that Vi had spent years learning lessons that no classroom could teach, developing a perspective on law and order that differed dramatically from anything the Enforcer Academy might provide. Her imprisonment had not broken her spirit, but it had certainly changed her understanding of how justice worked in practice versus how it was supposed to work in theory. She had seen firsthand how the system treated those without wealth or influence, how procedure and protocol could become tools of oppression rather than protection for those who needed it most. The circumstances that had led to her incarceration were complex, rooted in the tragic events that had torn apart her family and left her alone in a world that suddenly seemed much larger and more dangerous than the familiar streets of Zon. Her arrest had come not for crimes she had committed, but for being in the wrong place at the wrong time when forces beyond her control had collided with devastating consequences. The legal system had processed her case with the same methodical efficiency it applied to all matters, but efficiency was not the same thing as justice, and Vi had learned the difference between those concepts during long nights in her cell. Meanwhile, Caitlyn Kiraman was establishing herself as one of Piltover's most promising young enforcers, earning recognition for her analytical skills and her unusual willingness to pursue cases that other officers might have dismissed as too complex or politically sensitive. Her reputation for thoroughness and fairness was growing among both her colleagues and the citizens she served, but she was also developing a frustration with the limitations of traditional investigative methods when applied to cases that crossed the boundaries between Piltover's ordered districts and the more chaotic regions below. The case that would bring them together began as many investigations do, with a crime that seemed straightforward on the surface, but concealed layers of complexity that would only become apparent through careful examination. A theft from one of Piltover's most secure facilities had resulted in the disappearance of dangerous Hextech equipment, technology that could cause tremendous damage if it fell into the wrong hands. The initial investigation had followed standard procedures, but weeks of methodical work had produced few leads and even fewer answers. Traditional investigative techniques were proving inadequate because the crime had roots that extended deep into territories where Piltover's formal authority held little sway. The perpetrators had vanished into the labyrinthine passages of Zon's underground, following paths that existed outside any official map, and using knowledge that could only come from years of experience navigating the Undercity's hidden networks. For an investigation to succeed, it would require someone who understood that world from the inside, someone who could speak its language and navigate its unwritten rules. It was Caitlyn's analytical mind that first recognized the limitations of conventional approaches and began to consider alternatives that her training had not explicitly prepared her for. She realized that solving this case would require more than careful documentation and forensic analysis. It would require understanding motivations and connections that existed outside the formal structures of Piltovan society. Most challenging of all, it would require venturing into territories where her authority as an enforcer meant little, and her survival would depend on very different skills than those she had learned in the academy. The suggestion to seek assistance from someone with intimate knowledge of Zahn's criminal networks was controversial within the enforcer hierarchy. Many of her colleagues viewed such collaboration as a dangerous precedent that might compromise the integrity of their investigation and their institution. Others worried that involving someone from Zahn's underworld would create security risks that could endanger both the operation and the broader community. The very idea challenged fundamental assumptions about how law enforcement should operate and where the boundaries of acceptable cooperation should be drawn. But Caitlyn's growing understanding of the case's complexity had convinced her that conventional methods alone would not be sufficient. The stolen technology posed too great a threat to allow bureaucratic concerns to prevent her from pursuing every possible avenue of investigation. Her willingness to challenge standard procedures in service of a greater good would prove to be one of the defining characteristics of her approach to law enforcement, setting her apart from colleagues who were more comfortable working within established boundaries. The decision to approach Vi was not made lightly or without extensive preparation. Caitlyn had researched Vi's background thoroughly, examining the circumstances of her arrest and imprisonment with the same analytical rigor she applied to all her cases. What she discovered was a complex picture of someone who had been shaped by tragedy but not defined by it, whose loyalty to family and community had led to choices that were questionable in their methods, but admirable in their motivations. Most importantly, she found evidence of someone whose knowledge of Zahn's hidden networks was both extensive and current, despite years of imprisonment. Their first meeting took place in one of Stillwater Hold's visiting rooms, a space designed to facilitate controlled interactions between prisoners and the outside world. The atmosphere was tense with mutual suspicion and carefully maintained professional distance. Caitlyn represented everything that Vi had learned to distrust about Piltover's authority: privileged, educated, and operating from within, a system that had shown little concern for Zahn's inhabitants. Vi embodied everything that Caitlyn had been trained to view with caution: someone whose methods operated outside legal boundaries, and whose loyalty was to personal relationships rather than institutional principles. Yet even in those first moments of wary assessment, both women recognized something unexpected in the other. Caitlyn saw in Vi not the dangerous criminal she had expected, but someone whose commitment to protecting others was as fierce as her own, even if it was expressed through very different methods. Vi observed in Caitlyn not the indifferent bureaucrat she had anticipated, but someone whose genuine desire for justice seemed to transcend the narrow boundaries of institutional procedure. These initial impressions would prove crucial in the negotiations that followed. The proposal that Caitlyn presented was unprecedented in both its scope and its implications. She was asking Vi to provide assistance that could only be given through first-hand participation in an investigation that would take them into some of Zahn's most dangerous territories. In exchange, she was offering something that the formal legal system had been unable or unwilling to provide: a chance for Vi to contribute to preventing the kind of violence that had torn apart her own family years earlier. It was an arrangement that served both their interests while challenging both their assumptions about how justice should be pursued. Vi's initial response was skeptical, colored by years of experience with promises made by authority figures who seemed more interested in using her knowledge than in understanding her perspective. She had learned to be cautious about arrangements that seemed too convenient or too generous, especially when they came from representatives of the system that had imprisoned her. But Caitlyn's presentation of the case revealed details that convinced Vi of the genuine danger posed by the stolen technology and the inadequacy of conventional approaches to recovering it. The negotiation process revealed the depth of the differences between their worldviews, while also establishing the foundation for mutual respect that would prove essential to their eventual partnership. Each woman was forced to explain and defend approaches that the other found questionable, leading to discussions that challenged both their assumptions about justice, law enforcement, and the proper relationship between individual conscience and institutional authority. These conversations were often tense and sometimes heated, but they also created opportunities for understanding that neither had experienced before. When Vi finally agreed to assist in the investigation, both women understood that they were embarking on something far more complex than a simple collaboration between law enforcement and a confidential informant. They were creating a new model for how Piltover's authority might interact with Zahn's reality, testing whether their very different approaches to justice could work together rather than in opposition. The success or failure of their partnership would have implications that extended far beyond the recovery of stolen technology. As they prepared to leave Stillwater Hold together, each carried with them the weight of expectations and uncertainties that would shape every aspect of their investigation. For Caitlyn, it was her first real venture beyond the boundaries of traditional law enforcement, a test of whether her analytical skills and institutional training could adapt to the realities of Zahn's underground world. For Vi, it was her first opportunity in years to contribute to something larger than her own survival, a chance to prove that her knowledge and experience could serve purposes beyond merely settling personal scores. The investigation that lay ahead would test not only their ability to work together, but also their individual understanding of what justice meant and how it should be pursued. In a world where the gap between Piltover and Zahn seemed impossible to bridge, their partnership represented a fragile but crucial experiment in cooperation across seemingly irreconcilable differences. When circumstances force you to work with someone whose methods you question and whose worldview challenges your own, how do you find common ground while remaining true to your principles? What opportunities for growth might emerge from such unlikely collaborations? Chapter 6. Unlikely Alliance. In the delicate art of building trust between strangers, there exists a fragile dance of revelation and concealment, of testing boundaries, while slowly expanding the circle of shared understanding. Like two wary animals meeting at a watering hole, each must decide moment by moment whether the other represents opportunity or threat, whether cooperation might yield benefits that outweigh the risks of vulnerability. Tonight, as we follow two souls whose first tentative steps toward partnership would reshape both their destinies, let us consider how the strongest alliances are often forged not in moments of triumph, but in the quiet spaces where suspicion slowly gives way to grudging respect. Picture yourself walking through the transitional zones between Piltover's ordered districts and Zahn's chaotic depths, where the architecture itself tells the story of two worlds existing in uncomfortable proximity. Here, the clean lines of hex-tech innovation give way to improvised structures that serve function over form, where the steady hum of regulated machinery mingles with the unpredictable rhythms of jury-rigged contraptions. This borderland between two philosophies of existence would become the proving ground for a partnership that neither participant had anticipated or entirely wanted. The first hours of their collaboration were marked by a tension so thick it seemed to have physical weight, pressing down on every conversation and coloring every interaction with the accumulated mistrust of their respective communities. Caitlyn moved through these unfamiliar territories with the careful precision of someone navigating a minefield, her training telling her to observe and catalog everything while her instincts warned her that the usual rules might not apply here. Every shadow could conceal a threat. Every friendly gesture might mask hostile intent, and her partner's local knowledge was both essential for their mission and a constant reminder of how far she was from her own comfortable sphere of expertise. Vi, meanwhile, found herself in the strange position of serving as guide and translator for someone who represented everything she had learned to distrust about Piltover's approach to law and order. Years of imprisonment had not dulled her ability to read the subtle signs that marked different neighborhoods and factions within Zahn, but explaining these nuances to someone whose worldview had been shaped by very different experiences required a patience that did not come naturally to her. Every question Caitlyn asked seemed to reveal another gap in understanding that would need to be bridged before they could work together effectively. Their early interactions were characterized by a careful formality that barely concealed deeper currents of suspicion and resentment. Caitlyn addressed Vi with the professional courtesy she had been trained to show all citizens, but her questions revealed assumptions about crime and motivation that struck Vi as naive at best and insulting at worst. When Caitlyn wondered aloud why certain areas seemed to lack basic services, or why residents appeared hostile to authority figures, Vi heard the implicit judgment of someone who had never had to choose between survival and legality, never had to navigate systems designed to exclude rather than protect. V's responses carried their own edge of hostility, delivered in the blunt language of someone who had learned to communicate directly rather than diplomatically. When she explained the territorial boundaries that invisible but very real to Zaan's inhabitants, or described the informal networks of mutual aid that substituted for official social services, her tone suggested that anyone who needed such explanations was fundamentally unqualified to understand the realities they were trying to navigate. Her knowledge was offered grudgingly, like currency extracted under duress rather than freely given in service of a shared goal. Yet even in these early moments of mutual wariness, both women began to notice qualities in the other that challenged their preconceptions. Caitlyn observed that Vi's knowledge of Zaan's hidden networks was not the product of criminal association, but of deep community connection, that her understanding of local dynamics came from genuine care for the people who lived and worked in these difficult conditions. When Vi pointed out potential dangers or explained why certain approaches would be counterproductive, her warnings carried the weight of someone who had seen the consequences of mistakes made by outsiders who thought they understood situations they had only observed from a distance. Vi, meanwhile, began to recognize that Caitlyn's questions, however irritating, came from a genuine desire to understand rather than merely to judge. The Piltovan enforcer's careful attention to detail and her willingness to admit when she needed explanation suggested an intellectual humility that Vi had not expected from someone with her background. More importantly, Caitlyn's reactions to the inequities and injustices they encountered seemed to reflect genuine shock and concern, rather than the indifferent acceptance that Vi had anticipated from a representative of the system that perpetuated those conditions. Their first real test came when they encountered a situation that required both their skills to resolve safely. A lead in their investigation had taken them to a part of Zaan, where tensions between rival factions had created a volatile atmosphere that could explode into violence with little provocation. Caitlyn's instincts told her to call for backup and establish a secure perimeter before proceeding, following protocols designed to minimize risk and maintain control of the situation. V knew that any visible show of Piltovan authority would likely trigger exactly the kind of confrontation they were trying to avoid, that success would require a more subtle approach that worked with local dynamics rather than against them. The argument that followed revealed the depth of their philosophical differences, while also creating an opportunity for each to see the logic behind the other's approach. Caitlyn explained her concerns about officer safety and evidence preservation, about the need to maintain legal protocols that would ensure any arrests or discoveries could withstand judicial scrutiny. Her training had taught her that cutting corners in procedure often led to cases being dismissed on technicalities, allowing dangerous criminals to escape consequences for their actions. Vi countered that rigid adherence to Piltovan procedures would guarantee failure in an environment where different rules applied, where success depended on understanding and respecting local power structures rather than imposing external authority. She pointed out that the communities they were trying to protect had learned to view official law enforcement as a threat rather than a source of help, and that their investigation could not succeed if it alienated the very people whose cooperation they needed most. The compromise they eventually reached required both women to step outside their comfort zones and trust in their partner's expertise. Caitlyn agreed to a more flexible approach that prioritized gathering information over immediate arrests, while Vi accepted the need for certain precautions that would protect both their safety and the integrity of their evidence. The plan they developed incorporated elements of both their methodologies, creating something new that neither could have conceived alone. When they executed this hybrid approach, both were surprised by its effectiveness. Vi's understanding of local dynamics allowed them to gather information that would have been impossible to obtain through formal channels. while Caitlyn's analytical skills helped them piece together connections and patterns that might have been missed by someone less trained in systematic investigation. More importantly, their collaboration began to demonstrate to the communities they encountered that cooperation between Piltover and Zon was possible, that mutual respect could bridge even seemingly irreconcilable differences. The success of this first joint operation began to shift the dynamic between them, creating space for conversations that went beyond the immediate requirements of their investigation. As they moved through Zon's territories, Vi found herself explaining not just what they were seeing but why things had developed as they had, sharing the history and context that gave meaning to the present conditions. Caitlyn listened with the focused attention of someone genuinely trying to understand, asking follow-up questions that revealed her growing appreciation for the complexity of problems she had previously seen in much simpler terms. These conversations revealed that both women shared core values that had been obscured by their different methodologies and vocabularies. Both were motivated by a desire to protect innocent people from harm, to ensure that justice was available to everyone regardless of their social status or economic circumstances. Both had chosen careers that put them at personal risk in service of these ideals, and both had made sacrifices that demonstrated their commitment to something larger than their own immediate interests. The gradual breaking down of their mutual suspicion was not a smooth or linear process. There were setbacks and misunderstandings, moments when old prejudices reasserted themselves and threatened to derail their growing cooperation. Vi's tendency toward direct action sometimes clashed with Caitlyn's preference for careful planning, while Caitlyn's institutional loyalty occasionally conflicted with Vi's community-centered priorities. But each conflict also created an opportunity for deeper understanding, forcing them to explain their positions more clearly and to consider alternative perspectives they might not have encountered otherwise. As their investigation progressed, both women began to see their own approaches to justice in a new light. Caitlyn started to understand that rigid adherence to procedure could sometimes become an obstacle to achieving the very goals that those procedures were designed to serve. She saw how her institutional training, while valuable in many contexts, had not prepared her for situations where the law itself might be part of the problem rather than the solution. Most importantly, she began to appreciate that effective law enforcement required not just technical skills, but also the kind of community trust that could only be earned through demonstrated commitment to serving everyone equally. Vi, meanwhile, discovered that her distrust of institutional authority had led her to dismiss potentially valuable tools and resources that could amplify her effectiveness in protecting the people she cared about. She saw how Caitlyn's analytical approach could reveal patterns and connections that were invisible to street-level observation, how proper documentation and evidence handling could build cases strong enough to withstand legal challenges. Most significantly, she began to understand that systemic change might require working within existing institutions rather than simply opposing them from the outside. Their emerging partnership represented something unprecedented in the relationship between Piltover and Zon, a collaboration based on mutual respect rather than dominance and submission, on shared goals rather than conflicting interests. As they worked together, they began to embody the possibility that the gap between their two worlds might not be as unbridgeable as both communities had assumed. Their success in combining different approaches to achieve common objectives suggested that cooperation might be more effective than conflict in addressing the challenges that faced both cities. In your own life, when have you discovered that someone you initially mistrusted shared more of your values than you expected? What barriers to understanding dissolved when you took the time to listen to their perspective and explain your own? Chapter 7. Bridging Two Worlds. There are moments in history when individual actions transcend their immediate circumstances and become symbols of larger possibilities. When two people working together can represent hope for entire communities that have long believed such cooperation was impossible. Like the first brave souls to construct a bridge across a treacherous canyon, pioneers of understanding often find themselves bearing the weight of expectations far greater than any single partnership should carry. Tonight, as we explore how Vi and Caitlyn's unlikely alliance began to reshape the very relationship between Piltover and Zaan. Let us consider how the smallest gestures of mutual respect can ripple outward to transform the world around them. Imagine yourself standing on one of the great mechanical bridges that span the chasm between the upper and lower cities, feeling the subtle vibration of the Hextech mechanisms that keep this marvel of engineering stable against the constant pressures that seek to pull it apart. Below you, the depths of Zaan stretch away into green-tinted shadows, while above, Piltover's crystal spires catch the light like frozen music. This bridge, like so many others, was built to facilitate commerce and transportation, to allow the movement of goods and people necessary for both cities to function. But bridges serve another purpose too. They prove that gaps can be crossed, that what seems impossibly distant can be brought within reach through careful engineering and determined effort. The investigation that had brought Vi and Caitlyn together was beginning to yield results that surprised everyone involved, including the two women themselves. Their unconventional partnership had allowed them to trace connections and uncover evidence that had eluded more traditional approaches, demonstrating the power of combining street-level knowledge with institutional resources. But perhaps more significantly, their collaboration was creating ripple effects that extended far beyond their immediate case, touching communities in both cities that had long been isolated from each other by mutual mistrust and systemic barriers. In the neighborhoods where they worked, residents began to notice something unprecedented. A Piltovan enforcer who listened more than she spoke, who asked questions not to gather evidence for arrests, but to genuinely understand the circumstances that created problems in the first place. Caitlyn's presence in Zaan was initially met with the suspicious hostility that greeted all representatives of upper city authority, but her partnership with Vi gradually earned her a grudging acceptance that grew into something approaching respect. People saw that she treated Vi as an equal partner rather than a subordinate informant, that she deferred to Vi's knowledge of local conditions rather than imposing solutions from above. This shift in perception was subtle but profound. For generations, the relationship between Piltover's authorities and Zaun's inhabitants had been defined by a fundamental imbalance of power, with the upper city's representatives arriving only to extract information, make arrests, or impose regulations that served Piltovan interests rather than addressing Zaunite needs. Caitlyn's willingness to work with Vi, rather than simply using her knowledge, challenged these established patterns and suggested that a different kind of relationship might be possible. Vi's role in this transformation was equally important, though perhaps less visible to outside observers. Her decision to work with an enforcer was seen by many in Zaan as a betrayal of community solidarity, a sellout to the system that had oppressed them for so long. But as people observed their partnership in action, they began to see something different. Not Vi being co-opted by Piltovan authority, but Vi educating a representative of that authority about realities that had been ignored or misunderstood for too long. She was not abandoning her community, but serving as its voice within a system that had rarely bothered to listen. The cases they worked together began to take on a different character than either woman had experienced before. Instead of simply pursuing criminals and gathering evidence for prosecution, they found themselves addressing underlying issues that contributed to crime and conflict. When they investigated theft rings, they also discovered the economic desperation that made illegal activity seem like the only viable option for survival. When they pursued cases of violence, they uncovered the territorial disputes and resource conflicts that created conditions where violence seemed inevitable. More importantly, their approach to solving these problems evolved to incorporate insights from both their backgrounds. Caitlyn's institutional resources could provide assistance and alternatives that street-level intervention alone could not offer, while Vi's community connections ensured that solutions were designed with input from the people who would be most affected by them. Their cases began to demonstrate that law enforcement could be about more than punishment. It could also be about prevention, mediation, and community building. The success of their hybrid approach began to attract attention from both sides of the Great Divide. In Piltover, Some enforcers and city officials expressed skepticism about methods that seemed to blur the traditional boundaries between law enforcement and social work. They worried that Caitlyn's approach might set dangerous precedents, encouraging criminals to view the law as negotiable rather than absolute. Others, however, recognized that her results spoke for themselves. Crime rates in the areas where she and Vi worked were declining, not just because criminals were being arrested, but because fewer people were choosing to become criminals in the first place. In Zon, reactions were similarly mixed. Some community leaders welcomed the opportunity to work with Piltovan authorities, who seemed genuinely interested in understanding their perspectives and addressing their concerns. They saw in Vi and Caitlyn's partnership a model for the kind of cooperative relationship that might help bridge the gap between the two cities. Others remained deeply suspicious, viewing any collaboration with Piltover as a form of cultural contamination that would eventually undermine Zon's independence and unique identity. These varied reactions reflected deeper questions about what it meant to bridge two worlds that had developed such different approaches to solving problems and organizing society. Could cooperation be achieved without one side being forced to abandon the values and methods that had allowed it to survive and thrive? Was it possible to create genuine partnership between communities with such unequal access to resources and political power? Most fundamentally, could trust be built between groups that had spent generations viewing each other as threats rather than potential allies? Vi and Caitlyn found themselves grappling with these questions not just as abstract policy issues, but as personal challenges that affected every aspect of their work together. Each success created new expectations and new pressures from communities that saw their partnership as either a promising development or a dangerous deviation from established norms. They discovered that being pioneers of cooperation meant accepting responsibility not just for their own actions, but for what those actions represented to others who had never seen such collaboration before. The weight of this symbolic burden was both inspiring and exhausting. Every case they worked became a test of whether their approach could be sustained and replicated, whether their personal partnership could serve as a foundation for broader institutional change. They found themselves carefully considering not just the immediate impact of their decisions, but their long-term implications for the relationship between their two communities. Success was measured not only by crimes solved and criminals apprehended, but by trust built and prejudices overcome. As their reputation grew, they began to receive requests for assistance that went beyond traditional law enforcement. Community leaders sought their help in mediating disputes that had festered for years, because there had been no trusted neutral party to facilitate resolution. Business owners asked them to investigate problems that fell into gray areas between crime and civil disagreement. Most significantly, young people from both cities began to see their partnership as proof that the barriers between Piltover and Zon were not as insurmountable as they had been taught to believe. This expansion of their role required both women to develop new skills and perspectives that their original training had not provided. Caitlyn had to learn to think like a community organizer, as well as a law enforcement officer, to understand how social problems created the conditions that led to crime rather than simply responding to criminal acts after they occurred. Vi had to learn to work within institutional frameworks that could amplify her effectiveness, but also imposed constraints on her freedom of action that sometimes frustrated her desire for immediate results. Their growing influence also created new challenges and new enemies. Some individuals and groups had profited from the mistrust and separation between Piltover and Zone, using the divide to maintain their own power and advance their own interests. For these actors, Vi and Caitlyn's partnership represented a threat to established arrangements that had served them well. They began to face opposition not just from criminals they were investigating, but from those who viewed their cooperation itself as a form of subversion that needed to be stopped. Despite these pressures, both women found that their partnership was changing them in ways they had not anticipated. Caitlyn discovered that her effectiveness as an enforcer was enhanced rather than diminished by her willingness to question institutional procedures and adapt her methods to local conditions. Her superiors might sometimes express concern about her unconventional approaches, but they could not argue with her results or the positive feedback she received from communities that had previously been hostile to all forms of Piltovan authority. V, meanwhile, found that working within the system, even a modified version of that system, gave her access to resources and capabilities that street-level action alone could never provide. She could now help people, not just by protecting them from immediate threats, but by connecting them with services and opportunities that addressed the root causes of their problems. Her influence extended beyond her immediate physical presence to encompass the institutional changes that her partnership with Caitlyn was helping to create. Their collaboration had become more than a working relationship. It had evolved into a living demonstration that the gap between their two worlds could be bridged through mutual respect, shared commitment, and the willingness to learn from each other's strengths while acknowledging each other's limitations. They were proving that cooperation could be more powerful than conflict, that understanding could triumph over prejudice, and that individual partnerships could serve as the foundation for broader social transformation. As they continued their work, both women began to envision possibilities that extended far beyond their immediate circumstances. They could see the potential for institutional reforms that would make Piltovan law enforcement more responsive to Zonite concerns, for community programs that would give young people alternatives to crime and violence, for economic partnerships that would reduce the inequality that fed resentment and desperation on both sides of the divide. When you find yourself in a position to bridge different communities or perspectives, how do you balance the expectations of each side with your own vision of what cooperation might achieve? What would it take for your individual actions to inspire broader change in the relationships between the groups you represent? Chapter 8. Trials and Tribulations. In the crucible of any meaningful partnership, there come moments when the easy harmony of shared purpose gives way to the grinding friction of fundamental differences, when the very qualities that make collaboration valuable also create conflicts that threaten to tear it apart. Like metal being forged in a blacksmith's fire, true alliances are strengthened, not by avoiding stress, but by enduring it, by learning to bend without breaking under pressures that would shatter relationships built on less solid foundations. Tonight, as we explore the trials that tested Vi and Caitlyn's unlikely partnership, let us consider how adversity can become the teacher that reveals both our weaknesses and our hidden strengths. Imagine yourself walking through a thunderstorm, where the wind seems to blow from every direction at once, where each step forward requires fighting against forces that seek to drive you backward or knock you off balance entirely. This is what it felt like for Vi and Caitlyn as their unconventional partnership began to attract attention and opposition from quarters they had not anticipated, from allies who felt betrayed, and enemies who saw opportunity in their apparent vulnerability. The very success that had validated their approach also made them targets for those who preferred the familiar antagonisms of the old order to the uncertain possibilities of something new. The first serious challenge to their partnership came from within Piltover's own law enforcement hierarchy, where some senior enforcers had begun to view Caitlyn's methods with growing alarm. Her willingness to work with someone from Zon's criminal underground, her adaptation of institutional procedures to accommodate local conditions, and her emphasis on community cooperation over hierarchical authority were seen by traditionalists as dangerous deviations from proven principles. They worried that her success might encourage other officers to abandon established protocols in favor of improvised solutions that could compromise the integrity and effectiveness of the entire force. The criticism was not entirely without merit. Caitlyn's approach did involve risks that more conventional methods were designed to avoid. Her close working relationship with Vi created potential security vulnerabilities that hostile actors might exploit. Her willingness to negotiate with community leaders rather than simply imposing Piltovan authority could be seen as weakness by those who viewed law enforcement as fundamentally about demonstrating superior power. Most concerning to her superiors, her success in areas where traditional methods had failed might encourage other officers to freelance their own partnerships without proper oversight or authorization. Commander Kiraman found herself in the difficult position of defending her daughter's innovations, while also maintaining the discipline and unity that effective law enforcement required. She understood better than most the political pressures that came with challenging established procedures, having navigated similar controversies during her own career. But she also recognized that Caitlyn's results spoke to genuine problems with existing approaches that could not be ignored simply because they were inconvenient or uncomfortable to address. The bureaucratic resistance that Caitlyn faced was subtle but persistent. Resource requests were delayed or denied without clear explanation. Cases that might have benefited from her unconventional approach were assigned to other officers who followed more traditional procedures. Most frustratingly, her successes were often attributed to luck or special circumstances rather than to methodological innovations that might be worth replicating elsewhere. The message was clear. Cooperation and adaptation were acceptable as long as they did not challenge the fundamental assumptions about how law enforcement should operate. Meanwhile, Vi was facing her own set of challenges from within Zaan's community networks, where her partnership with a Piltovan enforcer was viewed with suspicion that ranged from disappointment to outright hostility. Some saw her collaboration as a betrayal of the principles that had guided her youth, a sellout to the system that had imprisoned her and marginalized her community for generations. Others worried that she was being used as a tool to legitimize Piltovan authority without actually addressing the systemic inequalities that created most of Zaan's problems in the first place. The criticism stung, because it came from people whose opinions mattered to Vi, community leaders and old friends who had expected her to emerge from prison with her antagonism toward Piltover strengthened rather than complicated by nuance and cooperation. They pointed out that for every success she and Caitlyn achieved together, dozens of other injustices continued unchallenged, that her partnership might actually be making it easier for the system to ignore broader problems by pointing to isolated examples of effective collaboration. Some of the most painful opposition came from those who had once looked up to Vi as a symbol of resistance against Piltovan oppression. Young people who had grown up hearing stories of her defiance and strength felt confused and betrayed by her willingness to work within the system rather than against it. They wondered if imprisonment had broken her spirit, or if success had corrupted her values, if the Vi who emerged from Stillwater Hold was the same person who had once fought so fiercely for Zaan's independence and dignity. These personal attacks were particularly difficult for Vi to bear, because they challenged not just her current choices, but her fundamental identity as a protector of her community. She had always defined herself through her willingness to stand up for those who could not stand up for themselves, and the suggestion that she had abandoned this calling in favor of personal advancement cut deeper than any physical blow she had ever endured. The weight of disappointing people who had believed in her was almost enough to make her question whether the partnership was worth maintaining. The pressure from both sides created stress fractures in Via and Caitlyn's working relationship that threatened to widen into fundamental breaks. Each woman found herself defending not just her own choices, but her partner's character and motivations to communities that viewed those very qualities with suspicion. Caitlyn had to explain to skeptical colleagues why Via's insights were worth the security risks and procedural complications that came with their partnership. Vi had to convince doubtful friends that Caitlyn's commitment to justice was genuine, rather than a convenient fiction designed to advance her career at Zaan's expense. These external pressures were compounded by internal conflicts that arose from the fundamental differences in their approaches to problem solving. When they encountered situations that required immediate action, Vi's instincts told her to respond with the swift decisiveness that had kept her alive on Zaan's streets, while Caitlyn's training emphasized careful analysis and procedural safeguards that might prevent hasty decisions from creating new problems. When they faced complex cases that involved multiple stakeholders and competing interests, Caitlyn's preference for systematic investigation sometimes clashed with Vi's intuitive understanding of local dynamics and personal relationships. One particularly difficult case involved a dispute between Zaunite workers and a Piltovan company over safety conditions in a factory that straddled the boundary between the two cities. Vi's community connections allowed her to gather testimony from workers who would never have spoken to official investigators, revealing violations that put lives at risk in pursuit of higher profits. But Caitlyn's institutional knowledge showed her that exposing these violations would require evidence that could withstand legal challenges from well-funded corporate attorneys who specialized in finding technical flaws in cases brought against their clients. The investigation required them to balance the urgent need to protect workers from immediate danger against the long-term goal of building a case strong enough to create lasting change. Vi wanted to shut down the dangerous operations immediately, even if it meant workers would lose their jobs and the legal case might be compromised. Caitlyn argued for a more careful approach that would document violations thoroughly, while also building political support for stronger enforcement of existing regulations. Both approaches had merit, but they seemed mutually exclusive in ways that frustrated both women. Their argument over this case revealed deeper philosophical differences that their earlier successes had papered over, but not resolved. Vi's approach was rooted in the understanding that for people living paycheck to paycheck, immediate relief was more important than distant promises of systematic reform. She had seen too many situations where careful planning and procedural correctness had allowed problems to persist while people suffered from inaction. Her loyalty was to specific individuals whose faces she could see and whose stories she knew personally. Caitlyn's perspective was shaped by her understanding of how institutions worked and why procedural safeguards existed in the first place. She had seen cases where well-intentioned but poorly executed interventions had made problems worse by creating legal precedents that weakened future enforcement efforts. Her responsibility was to the broader community and to the legal frameworks that protected everyone's rights, even when those frameworks moved more slowly than individual circumstances might require. The tension between these approaches came to a head when they received information about an imminent threat that required immediate action, but lacked the legal foundation that would normally justify intervention. Vi's sources in the community had warned her about a planned attack that would endanger innocent people, but the intelligence could not be corroborated through official channels without revealing the identity of informants who would face retaliation if exposed. Caitlyn's training told her that acting on unverified information could compromise their investigation and potentially violate the civil rights of people who might be innocent. The debate that followed was their most serious conflict yet, touching on fundamental questions about the relationship between individual conscience and institutional responsibility. Vi argued that protecting people from immediate harm was more important than maintaining procedural purity, that their partnership was worthless if it prevented them from acting when action was most needed. Caitlyn countered that abandoning legal safeguards, even for good reasons, would undermine the very principles that made their cooperation meaningful in the first place. In the end, they found a solution that required both women to stretch beyond their comfort zones and trust in their partner's judgment even when they disagreed with their reasoning. They developed an approach that allowed them to act on Vi's intelligence while also maintaining the evidentiary standards that Caitlyn's institutional responsibilities required. The plan was more complex and risky than either woman would have preferred, but it honored both their commitments to protecting people and following proper procedures. The success of this compromise taught them both important lessons about the nature of partnership and the value of disagreement. They learned that their different perspectives were not obstacles to overcome but complementary strengths that made their collaboration more effective than either approach would have been alone. Vi's intuitive understanding of community dynamics could identify problems and opportunities that systematic analysis might miss, while Caitlyn's institutional knowledge could provide resources and legal frameworks that individual action could not access. More importantly, they discovered that conflict, when handled with mutual respect and genuine commitment to shared goals, could strengthen rather than weaken their partnership. Their willingness to argue with each other, to challenge each other's assumptions, and to demand explanations for decisions they did not understand, created a dynamic tension that kept both women sharp and prevented either from becoming complacent about their methods or their results. As they continued to face opposition from both their communities, Vi and Caitlyn began to develop a shared understanding that their partnership was about more than solving individual cases, or even reforming specific institutions. They were pioneering a new model for how different communities could work together, despite fundamental differences in their experiences and perspectives. The resistance they faced was not just about their specific methods, but about the broader implications of what their success might mean for established power structures on both sides of the divide. This realization helped them put their critics' concerns in perspective, while also strengthening their resolve to continue their work despite the personal costs involved. They understood that change was never easy or universally welcomed, that progress often required individuals to accept risks and criticism that more cautious people would avoid. Their partnership had become larger than their individual careers or personal comfort. It had become a symbol of possibility that others were watching and learning from. When you find yourself caught between the expectations of different communities or competing values that you hold dear, how do you navigate the tension without losing sight of your core principles? What role does conflict play in strengthening relationships that matter most to you? Chapter 9. Trust and Understanding. In the quiet spaces between words, in the moments when guards are lowered and masks are set aside, the deepest connections between human souls are forged, not through grand gestures, but through small acts of vulnerability and understanding. Like seeds that grow only in the shelter of trust, the most meaningful relationships often take root in darkness, nurtured by shared struggles and the courage to reveal the wounded places that make us most human. Tonight, as we explore how Vi and Caitlyn's partnership evolved from professional necessity into something far more profound, let us consider how understanding grows, not from agreement, but from the willingness to see the world through another's eyes. Picture yourself sitting in one of Zahn's hidden sanctuaries, a quiet corner away from the mechanical din and chemical haze, where weary souls can find a moment's peace to tend their wounds and gather strength for the battles ahead. These places exist in every community that has learned to endure hardship, spaces carved out of chaos, where people can speak truthfully about their fears and hopes without judgment or pretense. It was in such a place that Vi and Caitlyn would discover that their partnership had grown beyond the boundaries of their original agreement into something neither had expected or known they needed. The transformation did not happen all at once, but rather through an accumulation of small moments when circumstances stripped away the professional roles that had initially defined their relationship. Working together through dangerous investigations, sharing the stress of opposition from their respective communities, and witnessing each other's commitment to their shared goals, had created opportunities for deeper conversations that revealed the people beneath the uniforms and reputations. What they found in each other was both surprising and strangely familiar, kindred spirits shaped by different experiences, but driven by the same fundamental desire to protect and serve. For Caitlyn, who had grown up surrounded by the formal protocols and careful politeness of Piltovan society, Vi's directness was initially jarring, but ultimately refreshing. There was something liberating about working with someone who said exactly what she meant without hidden agendas or social calculations, who could be trusted to respond honestly even when honesty was uncomfortable. Vi's perspective challenged Caitlyn to examine assumptions she had never questioned, to see familiar situations through the eyes of someone whose experiences had been radically different from her own. The first crack in Caitlyn's professional composure came during a particularly difficult case that involved investigating crimes committed against Zaunite children who had no family to advocate for them. The systematic nature of the abuse and exploitation they uncovered, combined with the institutional indifference that had allowed it to continue, shattered Caitlyn's faith in the systems she had been trained to serve. For the first time in her career, she found herself questioning not just specific procedures, but the fundamental assumptions about justice and protection that had guided her life since childhood. Vi recognized the crisis of faith that Caitlyn was experiencing because she had lived through her own version years earlier, when she first understood that the adults who were supposed to protect children like her and Powder had failed them completely. She saw how the discovery of systemic failures was shaking the foundation of Caitlyn's worldview, and she knew from personal experience how dangerous it could be to face such revelations alone. Her response was not to offer easy comfort or false reassurance, but to share her own story of disillusionment and the hard-won wisdom that had emerged from it. The conversation that followed took place in the early hours of morning, when exhaustion had worn away their usual defenses and the weight of what they had witnessed demanded honest acknowledgement. Vi spoke about the night her parents died, about the helplessness of watching violence unfold without any adult authority figures arriving to stop it, about learning that protection was something you provided for yourself and those you loved, rather than something you could expect from distant institutions. Her words carried the weight of lived experience that no academy training could provide. Caitlyn listened with the focused attention of someone hearing truths that changed everything they thought they knew about the world. She began to understand that Vi's distrust of authority was not paranoia or rebellion, but a rational response to systems that had proven themselves unreliable when tested by real crisis. More importantly, she saw how Vi had channeled her disappointment into a fierce personal commitment to being the kind of protector she had needed, but never found. How her anger had been transformed into strength that others could depend on. In response, Caitlyn found herself sharing stories she had never told anyone, about the pressure of growing up with a family legacy that demanded perfection, about the loneliness of always being seen as a symbol rather than a person, about the fear that her privileged background made her inadequate to understand the real problems that law enforcement was supposed to address. She spoke about the guilt of enjoying advantages that others were denied, about wondering whether her commitment to justice was genuine conviction or simply comfortable self-deception. Vi was surprised by the vulnerability that Caitlyn revealed, having assumed that someone with her background would have few genuine struggles or uncertainties. She began to see that privilege brought its own forms of isolation and pressure, that being expected to represent ideals of perfection could be as limiting as being dismissed because of your origins. Most importantly, she recognized that Caitlyn's commitment to justice was tested and strengthened by doubt, rather than weakened by it, that her willingness to question her own assumptions was a sign of strength rather than weakness. These exchanges of personal truth created a foundation of trust that transformed how they approached their work together. They no longer needed to maintain professional distance or hide their reactions to the difficult situations they encountered. When Vi's anger at injustice threatened to overwhelm her judgment, Caitlyn could help her channel that energy into productive action rather than destructive violence. When Caitlyn's institutional training left her paralyzed by the inadequacy of available options, Visa could remind her that imperfect action was often better than perfect inaction. Their growing understanding of each other's backgrounds also revealed why their partnership was so effective despite their different methodologies. Vi's street-level knowledge and community connections provided access to information and perspectives that Caitlyn's institutional resources could never reach. But equally important, Caitlyn's analytical skills and systematic approach could identify patterns and solutions that Vi's intuitive understanding might miss. They had become more than the sum of their individual capabilities, each making the other stronger and more effective. The deepening of their relationship was tested when they encountered a case that struck at the heart of both their personal histories. A criminal organization was exploiting the gap between Piltover and Zone to traffic in stolen children, taking advantage of the institutional blind spots and jurisdictional confusion that allowed crimes to fall through cracks between different law enforcement agencies. For Vi, it was a horrifying echo of her own childhood trauma, a reminder of how vulnerable children became when the adults responsible for protecting them failed in their duties. For Caitlyn, the case represented everything wrong with the systems she had dedicated her life to serving, proof that institutional boundaries and procedural limitations could become tools that criminals used against their victims. Both women felt the weight of personal responsibility to ensure that this particular evil was stopped completely, that no technical legal obstacles would allow the perpetrators to escape justice or continue their crimes elsewhere. The investigation required them to work more closely together than ever before, sharing not just information but emotional support as they navigated situations that triggered their deepest fears and angers. They learned to read each other's emotional states, with the precision that comes from genuine care, knowing when to push forward, and when to step back, when to offer comfort, and when to provide space for individual processing of difficult experiences. Vi discovered that she could trust Caitlyn not just with tactical decisions, but with the vulnerable places in her heart, where old wounds still ached. When the case brought back memories of losing her family, Caitlyn's steady presence and unwavering commitment helped Vi process her grief without being overwhelmed by it. She learned that strength did not require suffering alone, that accepting support from someone who truly understood could make her more effective rather than more dependent. Caitlyn found that Vi's fierce loyalty extended beyond their professional partnership to encompass genuine personal care for her well-being and growth. When institutional pressure mounted and political forces tried to use their case as a weapon in larger conflicts, Vi stood by her without hesitation, offering the kind of unconditional support that Caitlyn had never experienced from colleagues who were always calculating personal advantage. She learned that true partnership meant having someone who would fight for you, even when the fight offered them no direct benefit. Their success in solving the trafficking case was deeply satisfying on multiple levels, but perhaps most importantly, it demonstrated to both women that their partnership had become something rare and precious, a relationship where each person's strengths were amplified while their weaknesses were protected and supported. They had created a form of collaboration that was resilient enough to withstand external pressure and flexible enough to adapt to new challenges while maintaining its essential character. The trust they had built extended beyond their professional duties into a friendship that enriched both their lives in unexpected ways. Vi learned to appreciate aspects of Piltovan culture that she had previously dismissed as meaningless luxury, understanding how art and beauty could serve important purposes in creating hope and inspiration. Caitlyn discovered the warmth and genuine community that existed in Zaan, despite its harsh conditions, seeing how adversity could create bonds of mutual support that were stronger than any institutional framework. More importantly, each woman had found in the other a kind of mirror that reflected back their best qualities while challenging them to grow beyond their limitations. Vi saw her own fierce protectiveness and unwavering loyalty validated and refined through Caitlyn's example of how those qualities could be expressed through patient investigation and systemic change. Caitlyn recognized her own analytical skills and institutional knowledge as valuable tools for justice when guided by Vi's intuitive understanding of what real protection required. Their partnership had become a source of strength that sustained them through challenges that might have broken either woman alone. They had learned that understanding did not require agreement, that respect could coexist with disagreement, and that the strongest bonds were forged not in moments of easy harmony, but in the crucible of shared struggle and mutual vulnerability. As they continued their work together, both women carried within them the knowledge that they had found something extraordinary, a partnership that had transformed them both while making each more authentically herself. They had proven that trust could bridge even the deepest divides, that understanding could grow from the most unlikely soil, and that two people committed to the same fundamental values could overcome any external obstacle through the simple power of genuine mutual respect. In your own relationships, what moments of vulnerability have created the deepest bonds of trust? How has being truly seen and understood by another person changed your understanding of your own strength and purpose? Chapter 10. Fighting for Change. There comes a moment in every partnership when individual success is no longer sufficient, when the problems you have learned to solve demand solutions that extend beyond any single case or crisis. Like gardeners who realize that tending individual flowers will never create a healthy ecosystem, those who seek lasting change must eventually turn their attention to the soil itself, to the underlying conditions that determine whether justice can take root and flourish. Tonight, as we explore how Vi and Caitlyn's collaboration evolved from solving crimes to transforming systems, let us consider how the most meaningful victories are often measured, not in arrests made, but in prevention achieved, not in punishment delivered, but in opportunities created. Picture yourself standing before a vast mechanical clockwork, one of those intricate devices that grace Piltover's finest buildings, where countless gears and springs work together to mark the passage of time with perfect precision. But imagine that some of those gears have become corrupted, their teeth worn down by years of grinding against misaligned components, their movements creating friction that threatens the entire mechanism's ability to function. To repair such a device requires more than adjusting individual pieces. It demands understanding how each component relates to the whole, and having the patience to rebuild connections that have been damaged by years of accumulated stress. This was the challenge that Vi and Caitlyn faced as their partnership matured, and their perspective broadened beyond the immediate demands of individual investigations. They had become skilled at solving specific crimes and resolving particular conflicts, but their success had revealed the inadequacy of addressing symptoms while leaving root causes untouched. The same problems kept recurring in different forms, the same vulnerabilities were exploited by different criminals, and the same communities remained trapped in cycles of violence and exploitation that no amount of individual intervention could permanently break. Their evolution from crime solvers to changemakers began with a recognition that many of the cases they encountered were not isolated incidents, but manifestations of systemic failures that created opportunities for predators and left potential victims without adequate protection. The trafficking ring they had dismantled was not an anomaly, but part of a larger network that exploited the jurisdictional gaps and communication failures between Piltover and Zaun law enforcement. The corruption they uncovered in individual cases pointed to broader patterns of abuse that thrived in environments where oversight was minimal and accountability was rare. Caitlyn's analytical training helped her map these connections with the same systematic approach she applied to individual investigations, but on a much larger scale. She began to see crime not as random events, but as predictable outcomes of specific conditions: poverty creating desperation, inequality breeding resentment, lack of opportunity encouraging illegal alternatives, and absence of legitimate authority creating power vacuums that criminal organizations rushed to fill. Understanding these patterns allowed her to envision interventions that could prevent problems rather than merely responding to them after damage had been done. Vi's street-level knowledge provided crucial insights into how systemic problems manifested in the daily lives of ordinary people, how abstract policy failures translated into concrete hardships that shaped individual choices and community dynamics. She could explain why certain legal reforms would be ineffective because they failed to address the practical realities that criminals and victims actually faced. More importantly, she could identify the informal networks and community leaders who would need to be involved for any systemic change to be successfully implemented at the grassroots level. Their first major attempt at systemic intervention focused on the border markets, the commercial districts that straddled the boundary between Piltover and Zaun, where legitimate trade mixed uneasily with various forms of smuggling and black market activity. These areas had traditionally been neglected by both cities' authorities, each assuming that problems there were primarily the other's responsibility. The resulting lack of oversight had created conditions where criminal enterprises could flourish, while honest merchants struggled with unfair competition and inadequate protection. Vi and Caitlyn proposed a joint enforcement initiative that would coordinate efforts between Piltovan enforcers and Zaunite community leaders, sharing information and resources to address problems that neither side could solve alone. The proposal required extensive negotiation with officials from both cities who were suspicious of any arrangement that might compromise their autonomy or create uncomfortable precedents for future cooperation. More challenging still, it required building trust between communities that had learned to view each other as competitors rather than potential partners. The resistance they encountered was both predictable and frustrating. Piltovan officials worried that working too closely with Zaunite leaders might legitimize criminal organizations or compromise sensitive law enforcement operations. Zaunite community leaders feared that cooperation with Piltover would lead to increased surveillance and control without corresponding benefits for their constituents. Both sides had legitimate concerns based on past experiences, where attempts at cooperation had resulted in one side being exploited or betrayed by the other. Vi and Caitlyn found themselves serving not just as law enforcement officers, but as diplomats and mediators, translating between different communities' languages and concerns, while building the personal relationships that institutional cooperation required. They spent countless hours in meetings that seemed to make little progress, navigating political sensitivities and historical grievances that had nothing to do with their immediate goals, but everything to do with whether those goals could be achieved. The breakthrough came when a crisis forced both sides to choose between their mutual suspicions and their shared interests. A criminal organization began targeting border market merchants from both cities, using violence and intimidation to establish protection rackets that threatened to destroy the legitimate businesses that provided employment and services for thousands of people. The threat was too large for either city to address alone, but traditional jurisdictional boundaries prevented effective coordination between their respective law enforcement agencies. Vi and Caitlyn's joint initiative suddenly became not an experimental luxury, but an urgent necessity. Their months of relationship building and trust creating paid dividends as community leaders from both sides agreed to share information and coordinate responses in ways that would have been impossible without the personal connections they had cultivated. The operation that followed demonstrated the power of combining Piltover's institutional resources with San's community knowledge, achieving results that neither side could have accomplished independently. The success of this collaboration created momentum for broader reforms that addressed underlying issues rather than merely responding to their symptoms. They worked with merchants' associations to establish fair trade practices that reduced the economic pressures that made illegal activities attractive. They partnered with community organizations to create job training programs that provided alternatives to criminal enterprises for young people who might otherwise have been recruited by gangs. Most importantly, they helped establish communication channels between Piltovan authorities and Zonite leaders that could address problems before they escalated into crises. These initiatives required Vi and Caitlyn to develop new skills that their original training had not provided. They learned to think like policy analysts, understanding how regulatory changes could create incentives for positive behavior while removing opportunities for exploitation. They studied economics and social psychology, gaining insights into the complex factors that influenced individual and community decision-making. Most challenging of all, they learned to navigate the political processes that were necessary to turn good ideas into implemented policies. Their growing influence brought new responsibilities and new enemies. Some individuals and organizations had profited from the dysfunction and conflict that Vi and Caitlyn were working to eliminate, and they began to face opposition that was more sophisticated and dangerous than the criminals they had originally pursued. Corrupt officials, unethical businesses, and criminal organizations all had reasons to want their reform efforts to fail, and they possessed resources and influence that could make that failure a reality, if not carefully countered. The attacks came from multiple directions simultaneously. Bureaucratic obstacles appeared to slow their initiatives. Funding for their programs was mysteriously delayed or reduced, and negative publicity campaigns sought to undermine public support for their work. More directly, they faced personal threats and attempts at intimidation designed to convince them that the costs of continuing their efforts outweighed any possible benefits they might achieve. V's response to these pressures was characteristically direct. She wanted to identify the sources of opposition and confront them with the same force they were using against innocent people. But Caitlyn recognized that their enemies were using precisely this expectation to manipulate their responses, hoping to provoke reactions that could be used to discredit their work and justify more aggressive countermeasures. The fight for systemic change required different tactics than individual criminal investigations, emphasizing patience, strategic thinking, and the kind of coalition building that could withstand sophisticated attacks on multiple fronts. Their most significant victory came when they succeeded in establishing the Cross-City Justice Initiative, a formal partnership between Piltover and San that institutionalized many of the cooperative practices they had pioneered through their individual partnership. The initiative created permanent channels for information sharing, joint training programs for law enforcement officers from both cities, and oversight mechanisms that could address complaints and conflicts before they escalated into crises. More importantly, the initiative embodied principles that Vi and Caitlyn had learned through their own collaboration, that effective law enforcement required community trust, that justice demanded understanding different perspectives, and that lasting solutions emerged from cooperation rather than domination. These principles were not merely abstract ideals but practical guidelines that shaped how officers were trained, how cases were investigated, and how conflicts were resolved. The implementation of these reforms was neither quick nor easy, requiring constant vigilance and adaptation as new challenges emerged and old problems took new forms. But the fundamental transformation was undeniable. Communities that had once viewed law enforcement with suspicion or hostility began to see officers as partners in addressing shared concerns. Crime rates declined not just because more criminals were arrested, but because fewer people chose to become criminals in the first place. Most significantly, the success of cooperation in law enforcement began to inspire similar partnerships in other areas where Piltover and Zon's interests aligned. Caitlyn discovered that fighting for change required different forms of courage than solving individual crimes, demanding the willingness to accept partial victories while working toward complete solutions, to maintain hope despite setbacks and opposition, and to measure success over years rather than days. They learned that systemic change was not a destination but a process, requiring constant attention and adjustment as new challenges emerged and old problems evolved. Their partnership had become a model not just for law enforcement cooperation, but for how individuals from different backgrounds could work together to address problems that seemed too large for any single person or community to solve. They had proven that change was possible when people were willing to look beyond their immediate interests to consider the broader good, when they chose cooperation over conflict and understanding over judgment. As they continued their work, both women carried with them the knowledge that they had moved beyond personal success to achieve something far more meaningful. They had helped create conditions where others could succeed, where communities could thrive, and where the gap between two worlds could become a bridge rather than a barrier. When you see problems that seem too large for individual action, how do you begin the work of creating systemic change? What role does personal partnership play in sustaining the long-term effort that meaningful reform requires? When you see problems that seem too large for individual action, how do you begin the work of creating systemic change? What role does personal partnership play in sustaining the long-term effort that meaningful reform requires? Chapter 11. The Bond that Transcends. In the quiet moments when the world seems to pause between breaths, when the urgent demands of daily struggle give way to deeper contemplation, we sometimes discover that the most profound connections between souls are not those that eliminate differences, but those that transform those differences into sources of strength. Like two rivers that flow from distant mountains, each carrying unique minerals and memories from their separate journeys, the most powerful partnerships are formed when distinct streams merge without losing their individual character, creating something new that contains the best qualities of both. Tonight, as we explore how Vi and Caitlyn's bond evolved beyond partnership into something that transcended the boundaries of their separate worlds, let us consider how true unity emerges not from similarity, but from the courage to remain authentically different while working toward shared dreams. Picture yourself standing in one of the great conservatories where Piltover's finest botanical specimens grow alongside hardy plants from Zon's underground gardens, a space where careful cultivation has allowed seemingly incompatible species to thrive in the same soil. The air here carries the mingled fragrances of exotic orchids and humble wildflowers, of delicate ferns that require precise conditions and resilient mosses that can survive almost anywhere. This harmony is not achieved by making all plants the same, but by understanding what each needs to flourish and creating conditions where those needs can coexist and even complement each other. This was what Vi and Caitlyn had unknowingly created through years of working together, not a relationship where one adapted to become like the other, but a partnership where their fundamental differences became the very source of their extraordinary effectiveness. They had learned to see their contrasting approaches not as obstacles to overcome, but as complementary strengths that made their combined efforts more powerful than either could achieve alone. Where once they had argued about methodology, they now danced between different approaches with the fluid grace of partners who had learned each other's rhythms so well that they could anticipate and support each other's movements without conscious thought. Caitlyn had not abandoned her systematic approach to investigation or her belief in the importance of institutional frameworks and legal procedures. If anything, her methods had become more refined and effective as she learned to apply them with the flexibility and community awareness that Vi's influence had taught her. She still valued careful analysis and procedural safeguards, but she now understood when those tools needed to be adapted to serve justice rather than mere bureaucratic convenience. Her reports were still meticulously documented, but they now included perspectives and insights that no academy training could have provided. Similarly, Vi had not lost her fierce directness or her instinctive understanding of street-level dynamics and community needs. Her protective instincts remained as strong as ever, but they were now channeled through a broader understanding of how individual actions could contribute to systemic change. She still trusted her fists when fighting was necessary, but she had learned that some battles were won more effectively through patience, strategy, and the kind of coalition building that multiplied individual strength into collective power. What had changed was not the essential nature of either woman, but their understanding of how their different gifts could work together to achieve goals that neither could reach alone. Caitlyn's analytical skills could identify patterns and connections that Vi's intuitive approach might miss, while Vi's community knowledge could reveal crucial context and nuance that purely institutional analysis would overlook. Caitlyn's access to resources and legal authority could provide tools that grassroots action alone could not access, while Vi's credibility with marginalized communities could open doors that official channels could never breach. This symbiosis had become so natural that they often found themselves completing each other's thoughts and anticipating each other's needs without conscious planning. In the field, they moved with the coordinated precision of a team that had learned to function as a single organism, each woman instinctively covering the other's vulnerabilities while amplifying her strengths. Caitlyn would begin gathering forensic evidence, while Vi established rapport with potential witnesses, their separate activities forming part of a seamless investigation strategy that addressed multiple aspects of a case simultaneously. Their communication had evolved into a form of shorthand that reflected their deep understanding of each other's thinking processes and emotional responses. A glance from Vi could convey volumes about the trustworthiness of an informant or the hidden dangers of a particular location, while a subtle gesture from Caitlyn could indicate legal complications or political sensitivities that might not be immediately apparent. They had become fluent in each other's languages, Vi learning to read institutional dynamics and bureaucratic subtleties, Caitlyn developing sensitivity to community undercurrents and unspoken social rules. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of their bond was how it had allowed each woman to become more authentically herself, rather than requiring either to compromise her core identity. Vi's experiences with Caitlyn had not made her more like a Piltovan. She remained thoroughly and proudly Zonite in her values and loyalties. Instead, working with Caitlyn had helped her understand how her Zonite perspective could be a source of strength and insight that benefited everyone, not just her immediate community. She had learned to see her differences not as limitations but as unique contributions that made her irreplaceable rather than interchangeable. Caitlyn's partnership with Vi had not transformed her into a street fighter or convinced her to abandon institutional methods. She remained committed to the principles of systematic investigation and legal procedure that her training had instilled. But her work with Vi had shown her how those principles could be applied more effectively when they were informed by genuine understanding of the communities they were meant to serve. She had discovered that being thoroughly and thoughtfully Piltovan meant using her privileges and resources to create justice for everyone, not just those who shared her background. Their different perspectives had become a source of creative tension that constantly pushed both women to think more deeply and act more effectively. When they encountered a problem, they no longer wasted time arguing about which approach was correct. Instead, they automatically began exploring how their different viewpoints could reveal aspects of the situation that neither would have noticed alone. Vi's questions challenged Caitlyn to consider the human impact of institutional decisions, while Caitlyn's analysis helped Vi understand the broader systemic implications of individual actions. This collaborative process had become a form of alchemy that transformed their individual insights into solutions that were more sophisticated and effective than either woman could have developed independently. They had learned to use their disagreements as opportunities for discovery rather than sources of conflict, understanding that their different backgrounds gave them access to different types of knowledge that needed to be combined rather than compared. When they faced a complex case, their first instinct was not to convince each other of their own perspective, but to understand how their separate viewpoints could be synthesized into a more complete understanding. The bond between them had also become a source of emotional resilience that allowed both women to withstand pressures that might have broken either alone. When Caitlyn faced criticism from Piltovan colleagues who questioned her unconventional methods, Vi's unwavering support reminded her that effectiveness mattered more than conformity. When Vi encountered skepticism from Zaunite friends who doubted her commitment to community values, Caitlyn's respect for her choices validated her belief that cooperation could serve rather than compromise her principles. They had become each other's anchors in storms of doubt and opposition, providing the steady confidence that comes from being truly known and appreciated by someone whose judgment you trust completely. Neither woman had to pretend to be different than she was, or apologize for the experiences that had shaped her. Instead, they had found in each other someone who celebrated their authentic selves, while challenging them to grow into the best possible versions of those selves. Their partnership had also created ripple effects that extended far beyond their immediate work together. Other officers began to seek out Vi's perspective on cases involving Zaunite communities, while community leaders started approaching Caitlyn directly when they needed institutional support for local initiatives. Their success had demonstrated that cooperation between different communities was not only possible, but potentially more effective than traditional approaches that relied on single perspectives or isolated resources. More importantly, their bond had become a living symbol of possibility for others who had grown up believing that the differences between Piltover and Zaan were too fundamental to bridge. Young people from both cities could see in their partnership proof that mutual respect and shared commitment could overcome any barrier that prejudice and fear might construct. Their relationship offered a model for how individuals from different backgrounds could work together without sacrificing their distinct identities or compromising their core values. As they continued their work, both women understood that they had discovered something rare and precious, a connection that enhanced rather than diminished their individual strengths, that celebrated rather than suppressed their differences, and that created rather than consumed the energy they brought to their shared mission. They had proven that unity did not require uniformity, that cooperation did not demand conformity, and that the strongest partnerships were built on mutual respect for authentic differences rather than artificial similarities. Their bond had transcended the categories that society used to divide people, creating a space where Piltovan and Zaunite, privileged and marginalized, institutional and grassroots could coexist and collaborate without losing their essential character. They had become more, than partners or friends. They had become proof that understanding could triumph over prejudice, that cooperation could overcome conflict, and that two people committed to the same fundamental values could achieve extraordinary things, regardless of how different their paths to those values might have been. In the end, their greatest victory was not any single case they had solved or system they had reformed, but the demonstration that difference could be a source of strength rather than division. that diversity could create rather than complicate solutions, and that the most powerful partnerships were those that allowed each person to become more fully themselves while serving something greater than either could achieve alone. When you find someone whose differences complement your strengths and challenge your limitations, how do you nurture that relationship while remaining true to your authentic self? What would it mean to create bonds that celebrate rather than minimize the unique perspectives that each person brings? Chapter 12. Legacy of Partnership. In the gentle twilight hours when one day surrenders to the next, when the urgent activities of daylight give way to the peaceful reflection that comes with darkness, we often find ourselves contemplating not just what has been accomplished, but what possibilities have been awakened for those who will follow in our footsteps. Like stones cast into still water, the most meaningful actions create ripples that extend far beyond their point of origin, touching shores that the original actors may never see, but whose lives are forever changed by the waves of influence that reach them across time and distance. Tonight, as our journey with Vi and Caitlyn draws toward its peaceful conclusion, let us consider how their partnership has become more than a story of two individuals, transforming into a legacy that continues to shape the relationship between two worlds and inspire others to build bridges where once only walls existed. Picture yourself standing on one of the great observation decks that span the gap between Piltover and Zon, a structure that exists now not merely as a means of transportation, but as a symbol of connection, a place where citizens from both cities come to witness the daily miracle of cooperation that has gradually replaced the ancient patterns of suspicion and separation. The view from here encompasses both worlds in their full complexity, Piltover's gleaming spires reaching toward the heavens like crystallized dreams of progress, and Zon's intricate networks spreading through the depths like the roots of some vast organism that draws strength from the earth itself. But what makes this vista most remarkable is not the contrast between these two realms, but the subtle signs of their growing interconnection. Trade flows more freely now between upper and lower markets, carrying not just goods but ideas and innovations that benefit both communities. Joint patrols move through border areas with the easy cooperation of partners who have learned to trust each other's judgment and expertise. Most importantly, young people from both cities can be seen working and learning together, their conversations revealing a generation that sees cooperation as natural rather than exceptional, unity as achievable rather than utopian. This transformation did not happen overnight, nor was it the work of Vi and Caitlyn alone, but their partnership provided the crucial proof of concept that cooperation was possible, the living demonstration that individuals from radically different backgrounds could work together effectively without sacrificing their essential identities or compromising their core values. Their success gave others permission to hope, to risk their own attempts at bridge building, to believe that change was not only necessary, but achievable through patience, courage, and the willingness to see beyond the superficial differences that had divided their communities for so long. The institutional changes they helped create have taken on a life of their own, evolving and adapting to meet new challenges while maintaining the fundamental principles that guided their original design. The Cross-City Justice Initiative has become a model that other cities throughout Runeterra have begun to study and adapt to their own circumstances. The joint training programs have produced a generation of law enforcement officers who think naturally in terms of cooperation rather than competition, who see diversity as a strength to be leveraged rather than a problem to be managed. But perhaps more importantly, the personal relationships that grew from their institutional innovations have created networks of trust and understanding that extend far beyond any formal organizational structure. Officers who trained together, community leaders who worked on joint projects, and citizens who participated in cross-cultural exchanges have maintained connections that continue to facilitate cooperation and prevent conflicts that might otherwise have escalated into serious problems. The informal bonds of friendship and respect have proven as durable and valuable as any official agreement or policy directive. The impact of their legacy can be seen most clearly in the lives of young people who have grown up with their partnership as a constant presence, a normal part of the landscape rather than an extraordinary exception to the usual rules of engagement. Children who play together in integrated community centers, students who attend joint educational programs, and young adults who pursue careers that span both cities carry within them assumptions about cooperation and mutual respect that their parents' generation had to learn through conscious effort and deliberate choice. These young people speak easily of shared projects and mutual interests, of problems that require perspectives from both communities to solve effectively, of futures that can only be achieved through continued cooperation rather than renewed separation. They have inherited not just the institutions that Vi and Caitlyn helped create, but the spirit of partnership that animated those institutions, the understanding that differences can be sources of strength, rather than division when approached with curiosity rather than fear. The challenges that their partnership has helped address have not disappeared entirely, nor have all the underlying tensions between Piltover and Zon been permanently resolved. Economic inequality persists, though programs initiated through their collaborative efforts have created new opportunities for mobility and advancement. Cultural differences remain significant, though they are now more likely to be celebrated as sources of richness rather than condemned as threats to unity. Political disagreements continue to arise, though they are now more often resolved through dialogue and compromise rather than through dominance and resistance. What has changed fundamentally is the assumption that these challenges must be faced alone, that each community must solve its problems in isolation or suffer the consequences of failure, without assistance from others who might have relevant experience or resources. The infrastructure of cooperation that Vi and Caitlyn helped establish has created expectations that problems will be addressed collaboratively, that solutions will incorporate multiple perspectives, and that success will be measured, not just by immediate results, but by long-term sustainability and broad-based support. Their personal story has become part of the shared mythology of both cities, told and retold in forms that emphasize different aspects of their partnership, depending on the audience and the lesson being conveyed. Children hear simplified versions that emphasize the importance of friendship across differences. Teenagers learn more complex narratives that explore the challenges of standing up for your principles when others disagree with your choices. Adults study detailed case histories that examine the strategic and tactical innovations that made their success possible. But in all these retellings, certain themes remain constant. The power of persistence in the face of opposition, the importance of listening to perspectives that challenge your assumptions, the value of cooperation over competition, and the possibility that individuals can make a difference in systems that seem too large and complex for any single person to influence. Their story has become a source of inspiration for others who face seemingly impossible challenges, proof that change is possible when people are willing to work together despite their differences. The continuing evolution of their partnership demonstrates that legacy is not a static monument to past achievement, but a living force that continues to grow and adapt as new circumstances arise. Vi and Caitlyn themselves have continued to learn and change, taking on new responsibilities and facing new challenges that test their ability to apply the principles they have developed to situations they never anticipated. Their willingness to keep growing, to admit when they make mistakes, and to adapt their methods to changing conditions has kept their partnership fresh and relevant rather than allowing it to become a rigid formula that loses effectiveness over time. More importantly, they have consciously worked to ensure that their legacy does not depend entirely on their continued presence and involvement. They have mentored others who share their commitment to cooperation and justice, passing on not just their methods, but their understanding of why those methods work and how they can be modified to address new situations. They have helped create institutions that are robust enough to survive changes in leadership and flexible enough to evolve as circumstances require. Their influence can be seen in policy changes that incorporate community input into law enforcement planning, in educational programs that teach conflict resolution and cross-cultural communication, in business partnerships that create economic opportunities for people from both cities, and in artistic collaborations that celebrate the rich cultural heritage of both communities. Each of these developments reflects principles and approaches that grew from their partnership, adapted and applied by others who understood the underlying values, even when they needed to modify the specific techniques. The ultimate measure of their legacy may be found, not in any particular achievement, but in the shift of expectations about what cooperation can accomplish and how it should be pursued. Before their partnership, collaboration between Piltover and Zahn was seen as exceptionally difficult, requiring extraordinary circumstances and heroic individuals to overcome the natural barriers between the two communities. Their success has made cooperation seem not heroic but normal, not exceptional but expected, not a desperate last resort, but a preferred first option for addressing shared challenges. This normalization of cooperation represents a fundamental change in how both communities understand themselves and their relationship to each other. Where once identity was defined primarily in opposition to the other city, there is now space for more complex and nuanced forms of belonging that can encompass multiple loyalties and affiliations. Where once success was measured primarily by what each community could achieve independently, there is now recognition that some of the most important goals can only be reached through sustained collaboration. As we reach the end of our exploration of their remarkable journey, we are left not with a sense of completion, but with an awareness of continuation, of a story that extends beyond the boundaries of any single telling, into the lives and choices of countless others who have been touched by their example. Their partnership has become a seed planted in the fertile ground of human possibility, growing into forms they could never have imagined when they first agreed to work together on that distant day when necessity forced them to overcome their mutual suspicions. The questions their story raises are not just about them but about all of us, about our own capacity to build bridges across the divides that separate us, to find common ground with those whose experiences have been radically different from our own, to create cooperation where others see only conflict. Their legacy challenges us to examine our own assumptions about what is possible when people choose understanding over judgment, collaboration over competition, and hope over fear. In your own life, what bridges remain to be built between communities or individuals who have been separated by misunderstanding or historical grievance? What would it take for you to become a bridge builder, someone whose partnerships create possibilities that neither side could achieve alone? How might your own story of cooperation inspire others to reach across divides that seem too wide to span?